right. Today. I can see that. Don't have what looks good on that. Actually perfect. All right. Alright, so we got Basquiat today. Basquiat. Oh. As promised, we'll be working with some color. Background color, at least. Alright, what's up? Okay. Let's start off just a little bit more turns. This one's gonna be a really fun one today. I'm really excited for this one. Alright. So we have this one. I'm gonna crop it up a little bit. Got the hands in there and everything. Let me go right there. You know, really, I'm gonna have to do it like that big. Then I have to size up his hands because this is a bit too small for me to work with. Maybe like right there. I try to get the chin in there, at least to the bottom of the screen. But, I mean, we'll just do it right there. And I just have to upscale it a lot more. I really don't like upscaling that much, like, but it's alright. So yeah, we're gonna just turn the saturation down on this one. Turn the saturation completely down. Right, get it black and white. Gonna turn the contrast down just a little bit, get some darks in there. Gonna turn the shadows maybe down just a little bit, Gonna turn the brightness down a tad bit to get some more different tones in there, because he has some blemishes and stuff that we probably going to add in there. The exposure, we can turn that down a little bit too. The brilliance, I would keep it the same. Sharpness, we're going to turn that up so we get more clarity what we're working with. Usually it's best to keep it within a 20 mark. Let's keep it around 26, 27. Okay, yeah. I think that's good. What do you use to do that? This is just the Apple edit within like it's the photo app within the photo settings. Okay. Good morning, Trey. Good morning, Grand Rising. So we did this cool piece yesterday. That was fun. A little warm up. That was for yesterday. But I actually like it a lot, so I think I might turn it into a piece. By the way, guys, the website opens today. The prints will be up for you guys to go get and all that stuff. So, all right, so we're gonna take this down. Let's go ahead and have another piece of paper ready. As I told you guys before, I got some new paper, much higher quality paper, which is really dope. It's really nice paper. And yesterday was my first day experimenting with it. Came out better than I expected, honestly. All right. It's gonna be a really fun one. It's really have a good day. It's a real chill day today, you know. It's a bit gloomy outside. Got the vibes going. So. Now, I really do want to put my all into this one, so I want to add really cool effects to this and stuff. Website name is Third Arts Gallery at Gmail. ThirdArtsGallery.com. Paper size, it is 24 inches by 18 inches. 24 by 18. So yeah, this is gonna be really dope. I want to add some tape to the background and all that cool stuff, but I really don't know. I don't know how well it's gonna do with this paper, if it's gonna tear it up. I don't really know that yet. But let's get started. Let's start. No warm-ups at all today. Fine charcoal. Make sure we have everything. Got our medium, hard and light. Got our 2, 6, 2. I need a 4. Erasers. White. And I think this is a 4. Should be a 4. Yep, 4. Alright. So yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. It's gonna be dope. Draw X. I think I'm gonna draw an X next. Paper size 18 by 24. But like I said, I do want to use some tape on here. I really do. What did I just do? Let's see what we can do with this tape really quick. Still haven't looked into the other tape. Try not to push down on it too much. Just leave it how it is. Alright, so I'm gonna start off with my Vine charcoal. Alright. Start off with the height of the hair and how big I want his face to start off from ending, right? I'm gonna start off right over, I think I'm starting like, I think I want it like right here. So this is gonna be the top of his hair, right there, the highest point. I'm gonna gauge that down to the hairline. This is the hairline, right? I think I want his face to be more center. Oh, it's actually fine. It's fine. So, this is gonna be the hairline right up in here. See if we can get this in there now. Okay, that's the hairline. All right. We have a nice profile picture of him, our frontal picture of him. It's the midline of his face. Right? It's the midline, hairline. This is the eyebrow line. We can see right here, this corner, it's right above his eyebrows. So I can just go down like a little inch, and a straight line across. That's the hair. I mean, eyebrows, right? Eyebrows. You guys are gonna see me struggle today with the hands, because I suck at hands, but we'll see. I like to purchase some of your art. The website opens today, guys, so we might end up opening on live, so that would be pretty cool after this is done. So stay tuned, stay on, or come back, whatever works. So eyebrow line. Now we're gonna draw the nose a little bit. Nose like it starts right here. Man, dang it, bro. It's off center in terms of once it's done, it's gonna be more to the right or to the left. But it's not that big of a deal. It's whatever. But his hands is gonna actually balance it out because his hand comes out a lot. So won't be too bad. All right. need his face zoomed in more. All right, we're gonna do his nose. Starts there, ends about right here. Let's see. Yeah. About right here. It's a nose line. Approximate. It's approximate. All right. And then from the nose, we have the chin. So, you know, it's about right here. This is all approximate lines right now. No, approximate. We have between the nose and the lip, right? It's the base of the nose. We have about 1.5 inches, or about 1 inch at the cliff right here. Right there is where the bottom lip starts. Starts further down. It's a thick gap between his lip, the top lip, and his base of his nose. It's like right there. This is the line between the lips, right? This is the bottom lip, about right here. This is the shadow underneath the bottom lip. With a tiny gap of shadow. And then we have the chin. So a little bit lower than I anticipated. Maybe right here. Maybe. Okay, so looks like on this paper I'm actually gonna have to do some erasing. It doesn't smear it doesn't smear off as easily with this paper. So many live streams here. Thanks, man. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. If you guys enjoy these lives, I try to do it every Saturday and Sunday. Definitely on Sundays at around 10. So, yeah. All right. So, I got all these planes of his face, right? I'm going to draw the nose in first so we can plan out everything else. And then we can get the hands in there. I don't want to get the hands in last. I want to get those in because they're defining his face structure. Right? Let's add some skin tone in there. You can do this just by smearing it around, right? It doesn't have to be perfect because you're going to fill it in over time. Don't need to rush it. All right, let's draw the nose. And once you draw this nose, it's going to tell us if everything is correct proportion-wise. I'm going to break it down to 3 shapes. There's 3 circles, 1, 2, 3, and a large triangle, right? I'm going to show you guys this. Breaking down the nose. So that way you just see shapes instead of seeing a nose. We see a circle here, a circle here, and a circle here. Oops. Let's redo that circle. That's that circle. 3 circles. Then you have this bridge here, and it comes down. And then there you go. You just broke down the nose into a basic shape, and over time, once you start working with it, you start to add different shades and stuff, obviously, and you bring it to life. But this is what you have to do first. You got to break it down to shapes. Don't look at it as a 3D thing. Don't look at it like that because you're going to just throw yourself off. All right? Break it down. The only reason why the shadow changes over here is because it's at an angle. You don't need to stress over it too much. And it's also better to work on printed paper, but that's a task for next time. So just the way I showed you guys, I'm gonna draw a circle here. It's one circle. Can you guys see that well? That's one circle. And we got another circle that kind of overlaps it. These circles don't need to be perfect, guys. They don't need to be perfect. That's your third circle, like right there. About. His nose is wide. And also, comes out like this. Right? Come down, triangle. Then come up. Because there's a shadow. There's that light right there, right? It's a thick lighting right there. Right up in here. You come down. You can always erase. Don't be afraid to use your eraser. Alright. Especially when you're working with charcoal, with vine charcoal. It's really forgivable, so you can erase this stuff, guys. Make your marks. You don't have to be so perfect. It can be less intentional. The shadow doesn't even come up that much, right? Same on this side. This side is the lighter side. This is the light side over here. And it comes down to a point, right? And it comes out. Let's get that in there, just like that. Not too far out. Look at the angles. That's all it is, just angles. Follow that circle that you drew. But define it. You're gonna define it now. How can I get art from you? Today, once my website opens, there is a contact form. You guys will be able to send in commission pieces that you would like done, references, and all that cool stuff. So, the website will be opening today. Soft charcoal, compressed soft charcoal, yes. Generals, compressed charcoal. So let's get his nose a little wider. His nose is a little bit wider. We do want to implement that to capture the likeness. You want to capture likeness. You guys know I don't usually erase like this, but like again, this paper doesn't. It's just, if I use this too much, it's just gonna smear and turn black everywhere. So I actually have to use my eraser for cleaning up. And I don't usually do that. Come out. Now, still follow that circle that's there. The circle's still there. Not working without it. Boom. Basquiat's art style is very similar to yours. Thank you. I take it as a compliment. I did mention to you guys that about inspiration and stuff, but I did find myself going down rabbit holes of inspiration, and I can say I am officially inspired by some people. Francis Bacon is he's a dope artist, really nice artist. Not inspired by his work per se, but he's a really good artist. Basquiat, neo-expressionism, right? If you guys know Basquiat's story, it's quite an interesting one. Very interesting, actually. This is also an eraser. If you're gonna work with this type of paper, uh, get you an eraser like this. It's a pencil eraser basically. You're gonna want to get in there and get fine erasing because, like again, this is gonna smear it everywhere. You don't want to use this for this paper. Now, if you're working on these papers, that's okay. Smears right off. Okay, so we have the nose, and I'm happy with it for now, right? Obviously, we can add in, make the little shape of the triangle, which comes out that way. Or like that, then like that, then like that. But we want to get the nose in first. The nose is going to capture the most likeness. It's going to align everything. Alright. You guys, once the website opens, everyone will have a chance to enter to win free art pieces. There's no raffle or there's no purchase necessary. Just sign up. You'll be able to win a chance to take home some free art. You know, one of these original pieces. I'll ship it out to you. No purchase. Okay, so I got the nose in. I'm okay with the nose. I'm happy with it. It could be wider, but that's just because of this part right here. It's lacking on wideness. Like that. And it's dark right now on this side of his nose, but that's just gonna use some charcoal. So don't let that throw you off that you need to use a lighter color to sketch in these things. Using fine charcoal, it goes away really, really easily. Okay, so now we come up. We can draw some shadow up in here. Shadow, shadow. And this is where the eye starts. About right here. So this is eye, this is eyebrow. And the eyes is usually about an inch to an inch and a half below sometimes. And Michael, yes sir. Gotta be born within my sister like this at a young age. You could play instruments and had a mathematical brain. Yeah. There's some really gifted people, man, in this earth that's so cool. It's that ability just to draw and make music and stuff like that. But the least amount of effort. Okay, so again, I had to upscale it. I don't like zooming in and out on photos like this, but I have to because I don't have a big enough reference. So now let's get down to the mouth, right? Let's work with the mouth. Nose, you got a little bit of shadow. Shadow, shadow. His mouth may be closer than I drew out. Oh, never mind. It's perfect actually. is perfect. I think it started up here. There's a way to break down the mouth too. I can show you guys that too. But sometimes you just want to look at it and draw it, because if you draw what you know, you can deplete the likeness. You won't capture the likeness, because not everything is so symmetrical as we think it to be in nature. You know, our ears aren't the same. Your left ear and your right ear, they're not completely the same. Your right eye, your left eye, they're not completely the same. But a lot of times we draw them completely the same. And it doesn't look realism no more. It looks a little different. Down. The lips is really small. His lips are small. At least in this picture, they're small. So we want to show that his lips are small. Right? He doesn't have a smile, but his hand is pulling his cheek up to make it look like it's a smile. So I want to capture that too, that he's not smiling. You don't want that to be interpreted there, unless you want to make that expression on him. But you want it to fit the mood too, so. See, his lips aren't even. And that's something to note here. People think that your lips will start, the bottom lip will start with the top lip too. But you see there's a gap before his top lip even starts. Those are the imperfections that we have to implement. Is that there's a line here before this lip starts, but this lip starts immediately. A lot of times we'll draw the lips like this, right? But you need to see that it doesn't start until there. You're drawing what you see and not what you know. It will take you long, take you far. It will take you very far. Like a little rich one, thank you. So that's what I'm implementing here. When I'm taking my time, I'm doing that because I'm looking at the details. I'm not worried about it being really perfect right now. I'm more worried about getting a little bit more of a likeness. Shadows and all that stuff comes later. Alright? So we need to figure out how far does the end of his lip go, right? Before it reaches his cheek. I do that by looking at the nose, because the nose has shadows points that I could look at. The nose has a little bit of a shadow right here, and it literally comes down at an angle, and it ends right where that ends. So that tells me that this is too long. So I'm just gonna erase that. And that's where it ends. Now, since that's where that ends, his lip is, the end of his lip to his end of his face is about half an inch. And that's where I draw that line at. That line comes up, it's a little more vertical line, but yeah, comes up more like that, more downward than anything, like that. See, he just turns it dark. We don't want that. Right? So we have some dark up in here. Just scribble that in there. Under the lip, a bar. Think of it like a bar. It's a triangle shape that curves downward. It also defines this lip. Comes all the way up to that little line that he has going on, and it curves. I'm looking at shapes right now. I'm not looking at what I'm drawing. I'm not looking at his face in terms of the features, the nose, and what I know. Sometimes what you know can be your downfall, so you have to look at what you don't know. You don't know unidentified shapes. So now I'm gonna see, when does his bottom lip, the corner of his bottom lip, end with the end of his jawline? How big is that gap right here? Right? And the angle that is coming up at is coming from an enclosed triangle, or more of a opening or closing. It's getting narrow, basically, what I'm trying to say. Like that. I'm going to turn this to skin tone. Right? And it's going upward, like slant. It's not like this, not like that. It's more like that, shooting up. Like that. Right? Now the angle of his chin has a little bit of cast shadow down there, but that's all right. We can work on that a little later. The cast shadow. Actually, we could just smear that if we really want to get in there with that. We have here's a boom, just like that. This is going to define everything about the person's face. These little shadows that you're throwing in there. The tiny shadows that's changing. Brings in likeness. Thank you, Void. I think it's fine. Yes, guys, the website goes up today. Prints, originals, and commissions, all that will be available. And you'll also be able to sign up to win an original piece. I'm giving away 3 originals on March 15th. So Once the website's up, that's when the sign-ups can start. Boom. I'm just looking at angles, guys. I'm just looking at these tiny shadows. Cause they're there. Just gotta see them. It's okay if you go too dark. 1 second, it's okay. Now, when we actually start drawing this stuff out, you don't want to draw these blemish marks or the acne too dark to where they look like moles, because then it's going to change the whole character of the person. It's going to look like a different person, or it's going to look like him, just with some tweaks, and you want to capture that likeness still. Do some cross-hatching. Cross-hatching will be your best friend in this type of work. Fill in the space around it. Fill it in. Right? His face is a little bit smaller than the other ones, but it's gonna come together nicely because his hands is here, so it's gonna fill in the composition. It's not gonna be too small in terms of on this really big paper. I love watching how it develops over time. I love explaining the process. Thank you. Yes, we come up. So this, we still have to, you can still mess up on this jaw. So we need to draw this out. It's coming upwards. Just sometimes before you even draw it, just practice it. Right? You guys will see me doing that a lot. Practicing it before I even draw it on there. Because it's coming at this angle. Right? Coming like that. Maybe. Then we have a straight line. So we didn't even draw the eyes yet, and that's what I would usually use to help me guide the side plane of his face. So let's get that eye in really quick. So, and we may end up touching up this nose later on. And I'm fine with that because it's not like it's too low or too high. It's more of the shape of it in general that I'm not too pleased with right now. But if it was too high or too low, I'll have some work to do because I have to reconstruct his whole nose. But that's not the case. Okay. So now let's see where his eye starts. So his eye does not start at the nostril. That's another thing. A lot of us will, when you get into skull anatomy, you'll think that the tear duct will always start with the nostril. And that's sometimes the case, but like I say, our faces, everyone's face is different. So if we get his nostril, we take his nostril, and we just draw a straight line going upwards. It doesn't line up with his tear duct at all. Right? So you can work off this and tell yourself, okay, if I draw a straight line up and I just move over maybe a centimeter, that's where his eye is. Or you can tell yourself that that maybe it starts, let's see, right at the end of his like the inner nostril. And that's correct. It starts right at the end of his inner nostril, right where the black part, his nostril starts, not the end of it, where it usually does, but the inner. All right. Whichever one, you can use either one, either or. Whichever one you think helps you best. For me, I think it's going to be the nostril one, where I draw a straight line, well, his outer nostril. Not the inner nostril, the outer nostril. So I'm going to draw a straight line going up, right? And then I'm going to move over just a centimeter. And that's where his nostril starts. I mean, that's where his, the tear duct starts. Right there. All right. Now, from there, I'm just going to look. I'm going to see at what point should I draw this point. It's intersecting, right? So, you have the height, or the horizontal part of it. Now you need to figure out how high does it go before it starts. And it starts right about here. So I'm gonna draw a straight line. All right. Now let's see. Can I draw a straight line all the way across? In terms of, does this tear duct to tear duct go straight across? In this case, it does. So that means I can draw a straight line all the way across. And that makes my work easier. And that's not really a straight line, so let's fix that. Boom. That's straight. You should start dropping your link to your website in the description for now on. Definitely will. Hopefully it'll be like a clickable link that you guys can do. Like it makes it clickable. Okay, so from there, now I'm gonna draw his eye. Now, like I say, we have a lot of hard time with the eyes because we see this weird oval shape and stuff, but there's an easy way to tackle the eyes. There's an easy way to tackle the eyes. I'm going to show you guys right now. Just need to get this nose in again. It's an easy way to tackle the eyes. I'm going to show you guys afterwards, after I draw it out really quick. I'm drawing angles. That's all I'm doing. I'm drawing angles. But immediately I see that his hair is too high in terms of hairline. His eyebrow is going to start around here. And there's the gap is right here. So it's going to come up, and it's going to come down. It's going to be around right here. But it's going to rise up. So, yeah. We can shade out this line a little bit. Don't need it there right now anymore because I can see under it. Let's get this in real quick. You can look at the whites too. How much white is left? On both sides. Now it's like, again, it's dark. I'm using charcoal, fine charcoal to draw this in, so it's gonna look dark, even though it's light. So, and that's okay. Don't let that discourage you from putting in these proportions. It's better to draw it out than to try to get everything all nice and neat. At least have your structure down first, right? You can erase. You can always erase. You can always go in to fix things. But if you don't have something to work with, a sturdy base to work with, and you're gonna have a hard time. Just come down more. Like that. It's actually gonna come up just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. A little bit, just a little bit. Then we curve up. It's outward. Let's make sure we show that the eye is being cut off by the upper eyelid. Don't be afraid to sketch. Sketch it out. Sketch it out first. Now you're using a broad utensil, so using a utensil like vine charcoal, it burns itself out fast, so that means it's gonna get thicker as you draw. Your line weight is gonna get thicker, so keep that in mind. It's not gonna stay thick, and sometimes you gotta go in to make your lines thinner, if that helps you, because there's no fine tip to these things. They burn out really fast. The eyes, another thing you want to take your time with, though, too. It's the character, it's the soul, it's the essence of the person. If you don't have that, you don't have them. You want to capture that. Okay. And I keep on bringing this down. It doesn't need to be that far up. That far down. I keep bringing it up. Just like that. Okay, so now we're gonna draw his eyebrows. The eyebrow is literally a centimeter up, right? From the lowest point, a centimeter up. That's it. You want to make sure you get that in there. So, right here is where the eyebrow starts. You don't need to draw every hair. Scribble it in. You work on that later. You can look at the eyebrow in shapes too, just basic lines. That's all it is, basic lines. There's a gap. Make sure you get this gap in there. Working with charcoal, so it's gonna get a little dirty, but okay. hardest part with eyebrows is making sure they're not too thick or too thin. It can get a little funky at times, but tap your board to just so that way you're not smearing it, which helps out too. Tap it. Okay, so immediately drawing in that eyebrow, I see that his I missed that running joke. Drawing in his eyebrow, I can see that it's way too, not his eyebrow, but the hairline is too low, right? So it starts like literally a centimeter here on my picture, but it's about an inch on his. So let's erase that, right? And it's about right here. It curves with the eyebrow. It curves with the eyebrow. More of a back curve, like that. Not too far low, not too far down. Then we come up this way, and then we get this first piece of hair that shoots straight up, like that. Right? Maybe, actually, we need to, it's a little bit closer in. It's not that far out. It's just, this boom, and then up, over, out, and then up. So it's right there, actually. Let's erase this. Starting to realize on this paper, I may actually need this instead than an eraser, because the paper is it's not gonna look right erasing on this paper like that. I do not want that to be a factor in quality. It's how it's gonna turn out. Intelligent. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right, so got that. Boom. Let's just shade this in just to help us with form. All right, this goes straight up. Boom. Not too far up, because it has a little curve to it like that. All right. Yeah, it's his forehead. His forehead isn't big, but it's more on the medium side, and right here it's too small. The forehead I got drawn is too small. So, boom. There's a line there. I'm gonna draw this out with angles. Then straight. Alright. So straight like that. Because it hooks over just like that. And then we come up again. That hits the peak of his hairline. The peak of his hairline is up here. That's the peak of his hairline. Anything else? I'm going to turn it to skin tone right now. Peak of his hairline. It comes down to a little slant that slowly declines. Slowly. Right? If anything, it declines so slow that it's more on the straighter side. It doesn't even, you can keep it like that. That might even be too small too, right there. Let's almost make it so close to being straight. Comes down, but it's still obvious that it's coming down. Let's get some shadow in there, right? Okay. Let's move around. Let's move around some. His eyebrows right here. His end of his eyes right here is about an inch. Right? Right here. Because the end of his eyebrow actually lines up with the end of this. So this might be a little off. Like that. Try to curve that good enough. Right, this is where the hand starts. Right over here. And then it leaves off right underneath that eye, right underneath his eye. Right, we have boom. This little triangle a little bit. He's defining his face with his finger. Right underneath there. Right underneath there, this comes out at an outward angle, or outward, and then we get that angle. That angle comes in right between, actually it's not even an angle, it's more of a curve, like that. Let's make sure we get that line in there. Got some shadow up in here, shadow, cast shadow right here, dark shadow right there, right? This gap in between here, just like that. Let's make sure we get that in there. Maybe some background stuff just to fill in right now. Right? The shirt, the plaid shirt, you don't need to worry about that. You don't need to put that in. You can do that with the eraser. You'll be able to erase in the white lines, the plaid white lines. My guy, thank you, Max. Okay, so next, it curves off this finger. So we may was a little off on that again. It's closer in. It's closer in more, right? I want to use this, but it just has its days when it wants to work with me. Stuff. Alright, so got that in. Got this hairline, boom, boom, boom. Coming up, this is the peak, right? Got some shadow up in here. Shadow up in here. Shadow here. Not too much because it comes up off the eye. Shadow that comes around the finger, just a little bit, really thin. Really thin. Definitely got to fix that part of the finger. Boom, like that. This is not that much right there. Make sure you don't put that. Boom. That's when the shadow grows some more. It grows even more. It comes out of this shell right there. Just like that. This part comes in and hugs around the lip, right? But we still have that shadow underneath. Hugs around the lip. And it still carries down. That's when we have some cast shadow of the chin. Boom. You can fill that in like that. Doesn't need to be too serious. Actually, yeah, it doesn't need to be too crazy. Boom. Boom. Just like that. We can follow this whole train right here, which is off, right? I see that his nose, which comes off right. Boom. 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 This is all. This is good right here. This is good. You can erase that a little bit. The shadow, but you can erase it. Boom. Like that. Alright, from there, there's a little bit of shadow that this part of the nose has. Just a little bit. It's not too much. Just a little bit. And then comes down like this. Comes down to this part of the lip. This part comes up. Like that. Comes out. And then you have this line, which is perfect. Beautiful art. Thank you. You guys, the website does open today, so you guys will be able to purchase some prints. The prints are limited, so they only will be out in batches. So first come, first serve. Okay. Eyebrow. In the eyebrow, we have to look right here. So there's a line, little line. We can follow that line all the way out and draw the next nose. This next nose comes in right about the same as the other one, right at the end of the nostril, the inner nostril, right? Not the outdoor part. Draw a straight line going up. Right? And that kind of shows me this is a puzzle piece, guys. It kind of shows me how thick this shadow right here needs to be. Because if this line lines up, nostril, I can immediately see how much shadow this needs. And then the curves in there, right? All right, let's move around a little bit. Always move around. Give yourself time to look at what's going on. Just getting a new subscriber. Love this. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Step back from your art. Give yourself time to see what you're looking at. See what you're missing. Sketch-wise. It really helps a lot. It really helps a lot. Taking a day or two from your art helps a lot. You want to see the finished product? Get it, but sometimes you gotta take a step back from it to see what's missing from it, or how you can make it better, right? I mean, only you know when your art is finished, when a piece of artwork is finished. Just define the nose because it's getting lost in this charcoal right now. How long have you been doing this type of art? I've been doing this type of art, well, this style, I've been doing it for about maybe 4 or 5 months, this type of charcoal style. But I've been drawing my whole life, just drawing just crazy surrealism, little faces every now and then. But yeah, I haven't even been doing this for a year yet. That tip actually helps crafters as well. I had to learn that, to take a step away and then come back with fresh eyes. Yes, sir, or ma'am. It helps a lot. It helps so much. It helps so much. It's honestly probably the most useful tip you can do as anyone that creates. You know, take a step back, see what you're doing, and come back later. Your eyes your eyes get so used to seeing this. You know, you sometimes you can lose it. You can lose it. I think it's tantamount to being what's the word? Like tune deaf. You know, you don't know if you're singing all the time. You think you sound good, and you're not giving yourself a chance to actually hear yourself, or just giving yourself a break from it. You just think you're not even giving yourself that time to criticize yourself constructively. Then you become blind to that fact. You know, you gotta take a step back, record yourself, hear these things out. The only people that are tune deaf are the ones who don't want to listen to themselves. You know. Okay, so his nose is still wider, but I think the only thing that's throwing me off is how dark the charcoal is. Like I say, it really does. There we go. See, it's there. It throws me off from time to time because it looks so messy in there that you can't see necessarily how dark, where these lines are starting at. And it does come out lower than a nostril, or the base of the nose comes all the way out. Like that. All right, let's start on this next eye, right? So we already have our access of the horizontal line, the vertical line. So they intersected. They are intersected. You guys can even see it. You look, this teenager, 23. Boom. From there, come up, draw this angle with my hand because I kind of can see where, for the eye, right? It's coming in like this, right? So from this tear duct point, let's draw this eye out. This might be a little too small of a charcoal piece I'm working with. But the eyes are not the same, right? This eye is more open. This eye is more closed because his cheek is pushing his bottom eyelid closed, right? So it's gonna look wonky. It's gonna look crazy, but once it comes together, it's gonna make sense. eye level's the same. Yep. Yep. They're at the same level. So use that to your advantage. Use these things to your advantage, right? If they're the same level, you can draw a line from this top eyelid all the way over. And it'll almost be like a cheat code for you. And it makes your life easier. That's the height. That if I exceed that line, I'm going way too high. I'm gonna still show you guys how I draw these eyes after I finish this eye. I'll show you guys the technique I'm using. That helps so much. And we can erase this bottom line because we don't need it no more. That bottom guideline, we don't need that anymore. It's coming from enclosed. And it's actually touching the bottom of his pupil, of his eye. And then tear duct. Let's open this eye up right here a little bit more. Like that. Like that. It's dark up in here. A triangle of darkness right up in here. Which comes down off that hand. Which this line that we drew is actually so perfect because we don't have to fix anything. That's the angles in proportion when that line is perfect. Which comes down from here. Let's draw this crease of his eye that his hand is making, and it's making a perfect triangle. Right? I'm gonna show you guys that too. How it's making a perfect triangle. I'm just gonna feed off all the way out. All the way out into a centimeter from his pupil, which is about right there. Right there. Let's erase that. We got some lid lines. From this tear duct has a curve that almost meets this line, almost. Not completely. Comes down like that. And this is all shadow now. Shadow. It's darker shadow up in here, of course. And then from there, you can draw this shadow. It curves and comes down to the nose. Right? And that's the hand. Okay. And I'm gonna show you guys on here. So, proportion building, right? Let's see if yellow will be bright enough. Can you guys see yellow? Red, is red better? Yeah, red is better. Okay. So, eyes. All I see is 1, 2, 3. You know, you don't need to try to curve your eyes, you know, because you're just not going to draw a perfect curve, but you can draw some perfect lines, right? 1, 2, 3. That's all you need to see, right? And then below it, it's a curve, right? But you don't need to draw that. Draw it in angles. 1, 2, 3. Later on, you can go in and shape it up. And how do you shape it up? You just fix in these corners. That's it. You can round those corners in. And now it's more likely you can get that eye in versus trying to actually draw it out from a curved, so many curves and stuff. Right? Or another way you can do it, right? When it comes down to the eye itself, just look at how much white is left. Don't try to draw the circle. Don't do that. Instead, draw the circle based on how much white is showing. 2 triangles. Obviously, they're not like perfect triangles, but when you shape this in, do it as if you're drawing this circle. This triangle over here. Try not to go too far out and tell yourself, oh, because that's where it starts. That's how much is there. Right? Simple. Another way, when it comes down to proportion building, after you build that eye in there, you have this dark curve here. This dark line here. Right? Now up here, you just build these in. That's it. Shadow, shadow, shadow. Right? And then there's a gap of shadow from here to here. Shadow, shadow, shadow. That's it. You need to look at how much is right here. Like, it's about an inch, right? That's how you're gonna build your proportions and get those in there. If curving works best for you, you can do that. You can do that. It's all preference based. We all, as an artist, you have different ways of attempting to do something, of approaching something that anyone else does. You see the world differently. Everyone sees the world differently in their eyes. And for that, you approach it differently. I'm going to do the same thing with his thumb. I'm just going to do shapes. Maybe it could be a little thicker. Look at this. Boom. Boom. Right here. This is where it starts. Okay. So now let's do this eyebrow over here. All right. Boom. This is the palm of the hand right here. Kind of comes out from that little ledge up there. Boom. 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 Into the hair. This may be too curved. Yeah, like that. That's better. It's all dark. The darkness fades out to the end of his eye right here. See that? That's what I'm gonna look for. That's what I'm gonna pay attention to when I'm doing this. It's right here, in which we had it right before, anyways. Right there. So that means it's all gonna be dark. Not the whole thing, right? Because it's a fade. It's a transition. All right, for the eyebrow, this might actually be a little off, but since the eyebrow starts right here, are the eyebrows at the same level? You can test that. Yes, they are at the same level. So high point to high point. Right there. So it's the base. This is the height. It's the highest I can go with this eyebrow. It comes down at an angle, just like that. And then ends right up in this shadow area. This one just kind of comes in like that. And then it makes a little space, a triangular space up in here, a funnel type, if you will, right up in here. Right? Let's clean this up a little bit. Which is obviously hard to do with this. It's just a weird shaped eyebrow, so it's kind of throwing me off. Using the curve of charcoal to shade, why not go straight for the curved lines? You're using the curve of the charcoal to shade. Why not go straight for the curved lines? Well, when you're shading, it's easier, or using like your flat point, so it's easier to just shade that in there. But when you're doing the eyes, you're being more fine with it. So you're gonna want to draw these straight lines instead of curve them. Doing this when you're just shading. When you're doing shadows and shades, you can curve those, because at the end of the day, you're gonna mix it, you're gonna blend it. It's not really a big deal when it comes down to that. But good question though, still. want to get this finger a little bit closer because, oh god. I feel like that. You just need to bring that finger closer, that's why it's a bit off a little bit. Which means his face. Richard's immaculate. Thank you. Really appreciate it. What's your medium? And charcoal. Charcoal and oil paint. I really do charcoal, oil paint, acrylic. But I think my favorite area right now is charcoal. How thin is the charcoal you're using? Please. This is so you probably have to gauge it on the screen. But so have like really thick ones I can use. It's a medium one. I'll say this one's like a more on a thin side. See, they're all different sizes and stuff. But then it's not like too thin to where it's like this thin, you know. Still. So it's like a really nice medium. Like it's a nice in between. It's vine charcoal too. Well, willow vine charcoal. Let's add some of these details in here, there. Like that. Okay, so got that in there. Let's, from this angle, like this, right off here, there's a gap of darkness. Maybe a little bit closer in right there. Perfect. All right. Comes out off that eyebrow. Like that. And then it comes out like that. That's the box that we're gonna be shading in with our dark once we move to the next charcoal, which will be very soon. Like that. Let's you do this for business or for fun? I guess now I do it for both. But it's always gonna be for fun, you know. But if I can profit off of it and you know, build wealth off of it, then yes, it's a literal side business. The fun comes first. The creative outlet comes first. Okay, so we're finishing up with this in terms of the vine charcoal. Might be time to move over to our compressed charcoal. But let's get these hands in. Like I said, I don't want to do these last because I'm gonna dread it. So as much as I hate hands, I do love the challenge they bring. Yeah, I originally had this peak of hair over there. Yeah. We're gonna move this part because I do want parts of his hair in there. His hair is the most iconic part. You know, you don't want that to be just completely gone. How old are you, and are you self-taught, mentor, schooling? I'm 23 and I am self-taught. No schooling, no any of that. Thank you so much, Samuel. Really appreciate that, man. He's coming alive. Good job. Thank you. Slowly but surely. You know, there's a couple of you guys that stay on here to see the end result, but a lot of people get on here very early and they leave. But they get on here and they say a lot of things based on the rough draft and all that stuff. I mean, I have complete confidence in my work, in my methods. Not in an egotistical way, but in the sense of where I'm gonna try, you know, I'm still gonna put a lot of effort in there. Even when it's looking very wonky, I'm still gonna put a lot of effort in there. So, because I believe in my method of achieving this. Watching from Sydney, Australia. Whoa, that's dope. What's up from Texas? All right, let's get this hair. Not gonna darken it yet. I think we may do that last. Might have to do a little finessing with his hair because it's a little off a little bit, but it's fine. I guess that's the fun part when it comes down to doing hair. All right, let's do these hands and we'll move on. Let's get these hands out the way now. I think I'm gonna do a hand series after this just because I really need to practice hands. If you raise money and do a pop-up, that'd be cool. That would definitely be dope. No, I think I'll be doing X next. I'll be doing X. The gap between his freaking hair and his hand is too big, and I'm not about to redo his hand over. I know you're not an art guy yet, but you will. I just this. I'm not about to pull his hair anymore. I'm just not about to do that. Palm treating smooth. Yeah, for now until we actually get the what you call it, the other charcoal out. But this is gonna have to do for now. You know, I'm not gonna fight it. I don't usually like zooming in on my reference. His fingers have like these sharp ends. It's like they're literally like curves, but like it's so crazy. I never seen hands like this. It's crazy. Where's Muhammad Ali? Muhammad. I have that one rolled away. Joint sketches on the outlines filled with smooth gradients. Love it. Thank you. Still a draft though. Yeah, this is still a draft right now. We're about to move over to the compressed charcoal to turn it from draft to finished. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna move over to the compressed charcoal. I'm gonna start off with alright, so we'll move over to charcoal, compressed charcoal, and start off with the darks. Then start adding in some skin tone and move from there. It's gonna be really nice. And then at the end, we're gonna add in some color, pastel, oil pastel to bring it more dynamic. Add his type of style to the background and stuff. It's gonna be dope. King of Fleas. What's up? What's up? All right, let's do this. Start off with our 6B. And we're gonna kick in with the darks. Everything that's dark right now, we're just gonna darken that. Yeah. Everything that you're for sure that is in place, that's what we're gonna start off with. I'm gonna do a little bit of smearing too. Okay, request a drawing. Thank you so much, JD Turbo Turn. Awesome username. Yes, you can. You can DM me via Instagram, or you can send an email at thirdartsgallery@gmail.com, or you can wait until later on today. My website opens, and you can send a request through there on the contact page. Requesting, you can send in like references of what you're trying to go for, your location, just the zip code, and yeah, and I'll be happy to do that. When you guys be getting me to do some work, some commission work for you guys, um, it brings a different level of creativity out. I've done some really cool commissions lately, and they're awesome. You know, it's always fun doing commissions. It's always fun. Time, bro. Thank you. Appreciate it. Make sure to subscribe. Yes, please subscribe, like, share if you guys enjoy this type of content. Try to do it every Saturday and Sunday. Definitely on Sundays at around 10. So you might see your favorite person be drawn out. You might even get a chance to win one of these for free. So just Nipsey Hussle. I may forget. Take care, Jasmine. You're on great. Thank you so much, Jasmine. You are so awesome. I really do appreciate that. That's dope. Definitely, we can get Nipsey Hussle on there just for that. That's dope. Alright, so now we're going to move into some skin tone. We're going to use our grays, light gray, dark gray, all of that. There's like these two lines that's coming between my paper and it looks, I don't know where is it coming from. I just probably can't even see it. Is that Basquiat? Yes, ma'am. Basquiat. Alright, so we're going to start off with our light. Actually, we'll move up. Let's move up. So we'll go from dark gray to light gray, then white. Alright. So let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do it. The gray, so I blend it with the dark, right? In a way that, so where it makes it, this isn't the darkest, the black will still be the darkest, but we're fading it out in a way, or we're mixing them, right? So you see that corner over there? Mixed it in, right? kind of lost the likeness when I started scribbling his forehead, but it was because there was something on there. There's like these two lines that looks like it's something in the back that's imprinting it, and it's nothing back there, so it's pretty weird. Mix your black with your gray, right? You get this really nice transition of black and gray. Your dark is dark with your gray. Add your line. I don't know where I lost it at. The likeness kind of, oh, it's up in here, that's where I lost it at, okay. I'm using my dark for these light parts right now. I know I shouldn't, but it's okay. If you use it very lightly, it's okay. Okay. Let's go back to our dark gray. I'm not really trying to smear this anymore in terms of get a smooth gradient out of it, because that's going to come almost naturally. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. What materials do you use to paint? To paint, I use oil paint, gambling oil paint. That was so cool. Thank you guys. Thank you. Really appreciate the kind words. All right. Let's go to our second gray, which is our medium. Now with our medium, it's so close to the light, to the dark gray almost, that actually, I'm gonna show you guys right now. It's the it's in my hand. I'll show you guys. This is the hard gray. It's the light gray, actually. That's light gray. This is the medium, I believe. Yeah, this is medium. You guys can't, I don't know if you guys can tell, but it's really close to the dark gray. And I think it's just enough to where you can use it. And it won't throw your game off. Now the medium, you use it very lightly because your light is gonna do most of the talking. All right, it's gonna do the most work. You're not gonna really have a lot of medium transitions. Maybe like right up in here. Especially in the foreheads where you probably get the most of it at. For those blemish marks and stuff, the acne, we can use light gray and we'll mix it with dark later on. For the lips we'll go, dark gray and light gray. We're gonna do a medium for that. Yeah. So we'll go dark at the top. With some transitions, of course. And we don't want to lose it. We don't want it to leave and blend in with everything else behind it. Right? So you do want to kind of have this tone just a little bit different. Just a little bit different, just a little bit. You did amazing with the hands. Thank you. Because, I mean, they probably look better on screen, but honestly, I don't know. I definitely have to do a whole collection of hands just to practice more and be more confident with them. All right, yeah, let's get back to gray then. Hard gray, or actually light gray, right? Light gray. light gray for the bottom lip. The bottom lip is usually lighter. If you look at a lot of these works, the bottom lip is usually lighter. Then when we add white on top, it's going to stand out and not get lost with all this gray that's going on. Just keep it urban, keep it scratchy. Don't need to saturate it too much. We can add some white in here right now. Let's move on to our light gray, and we're gonna mix the light gray with white, right? The light gray is gonna be first, white gonna be on top, and we're gonna mix it really nice. But you can't put white on top of white sometimes, it doesn't work sometimes, so. This side of the nose is gonna be light gray. Not gonna saturate it too much. Not gonna saturate it too much. I'm just gonna put X's in there just to fill in these spaces because I don't want to saturate it. If I saturate it too much, it's gonna kill it. Alright, like over here is a bit too saturated. Some people in this place. Thank you guys. Same charcoal, it's just compressed. I mean, it's compressed, but it's a little bit finer for me to work with because I have to do the eyelid part. You do Gil Scott, or I definitely check her out. Using black, gray, and white, yes. Black, gray, and white. Looks like everything being charged right now. I just feel like this hand is the hand is just gonna have to. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Wish there was a undo button. You know, where you do something on accident, you just press the undo button really quick. Like that one Rick and Morty episode. That was hilarious. Your right is so small in here, it's sometimes so hard to see. So you have to like carve it in there so you won't get confused. When I look at drawing class on self-portraits, I was always told you should be looking at the portrait more than you're drawing because you're drawing what you see, not what you think you see. Facts. 100% true. You are 100% right. Um, and I spoke about that a little earlier. Drawing what you see, not what you think you see, or drawing what you know, because what we know sometimes is a bit skewed. You know, it's not what you really think. You gotta change the way you see the world around you. Take out the 3D forms. You should draw a paint again. Oh, yeah, painting and anything creative is definitely therapeutic and very, very good for like it's very therapeutic and soothing. You know. If you find something you love to do, it's very creative. It can become therapy. If you feel inclined to share it with the world, do so. But no, you don't have to. Things that you find therapy in, you don't have to share it all the time. This is Little Richard up there. Then keep another school. Does the cross hatching thing make sense? I'm trying to remember. Well, it depends on what you're trying to achieve, but I'm not necessarily cross hatching. I'm cross hatching is when you use lines and you actually do hatch them. I'm more just making X's to what's the word? Just to make it look more dynamic, if that makes sense. Probably can't tell from the screen, but it looks like a whole bunch of like scratches on there, and I feel like that just makes it look more pleasing on the eyes. But when you're actually cross hatching, like I did cross hatch when I was using black to fill in faster, so that kind of helps to fill in. Yeah. Bro. X. I think I will do X next. I promise it'll be. Don't remember promising. OP. Yeah, we got Little Richard, Jimmy, Obama, Einstein, Dali, Ray Charles, Kurt, Juice, and Miss Lauren. Miss Lauren Hill. My girl, Lauren, she was crazy. Alright, now let's do this hand and we get to get some background in. I think I'm most excited for the background. It's gonna be dope. How's it going dead in this phone charger? Really dying while it's on charger. This print won't be up there just yet. This print will probably be up there later on my website. You say non. Okay, fine. I have a lineup of people I want to do. Lil Peep is one of them, but if I feel called to do him next, I would, but I don't feel called to do him yet. But again, he is on my list to do. I'm not just gonna do him. I think I want to do X next. So. love the detail on cheek. Thank you. I have to kind of speed up. Tablet's dying while I'm charging. Bring this thing out. Yellow. Blue. I'm gonna sign it with green. Oh, we need red. Red. almost looks pink. That doesn't work. All right. Let's do this. Let's do this. All right. So since we're gonna move with pastel, work with pastel, I'm gonna sketch something out because if I draw something and I can't erase it, then this whole thing is gonna be ruined. Let's see. So we can do Samo right here. We can add some crazy graffiti. There's gonna be graffiti right here. Some of his crazy style stuff. Make sure I spell some things right before I move on to it. We'll do Samo, which is something that he used to tag a lot. We don't want to mess this up at all. All right, Samo. Thinking I'm gonna go like you guys are gonna watch me draw graffiti. It's gonna be crazy. dry S like that. Um, I was here earlier and I asked you to turn around and say something important. I probably didn't see that message, but something important, I guess I could say in terms of art. Trust your process. Don't be timid. Trust your process. If you don't trust it, then you won't be able to create anything that you love. You gotta trust it, even through the ugly stages. You have to trust it. Oh, we're gonna draw a crown here too. So we got the S here, like that. You guys see it? We got the graffiti S. We're gonna make it go behind his hands, so it look like, a little more dynamic when we do it that way. And behind the S. Thank you. No problem. No problem. Trust your process. You have to trust it. You guys notice how I draw everything out in shapes first, even graffiti letters. It's just funny. Okay, Samo there. Give him a crown right there. We'll do like some dots and stuff. Yeah. Alright, big move. Red, yellow, green. Yeah, we're gonna do red, yellow, green. Samo. It's actually called. It's also actually pronounced Samo. Same old crap. They will color it in too. Can you smear this stuff with dirty hands? Infamous JT. Don't have any white pastel to use. Should never went in there with the pencil because I cannot go over it. But it's whatever, works out. But I can cover it if I use the actual color. I'm thinking I can keep the crown yellow, but do the outside either yellow or blue. I'm gonna let you guys choose because I don't know which one I want to use. So should I outline the crown with green or blue? Or should I leave it yellow? Because you can see the pencil behind the yellow and it kind of makes it look tacky. Blue? Yeah. Blue would make it stand out a lot too. Yeah, that's actually dope. That's dope. Thank you guys. That's actually nice to add that blue in there. I think for the most part, we're about done. Can add a little bit more squiggy lines in here. Nice. Alright. I'm not gonna touch it anymore. If I touch it some more, I'm gonna ruin it. I'm not trying to ruin it. But I think this is dope. I think I can maybe go a little thicker with the crown, with the green. I mean, with the blue. Make it a little thicker so it stands out a little bit. Yeah, I like that. This one is fire. Like, usually I don't even like. I always think there's something more I have to do to my artwork, and it's not often I say that about my work. But this one is dope. I'm actually very proud of this one. This was really fun. Fortunately, this one won't be up on my website yet. Maybe within like 2 days. Maybe be up there Tuesday. I'm going to open my website on here for you guys to browse and look around. If you guys want to check out the website, it took me over a week to do. It took a while, man, but it's definitely worth it. I don't even have a Shopify app on here, so I'm going to do on the web. I'm about to open it right now, so you guys can look around and. Alright, the store is open, guys. It's up. Yeah, if you guys go look at it, if you want to, it's in my description on here on YouTube. So you just go to my channel, you should be able to see that. I believe it's also on my Instagram bio too, so you guys can check that out. ThirdArtsGallery.com. Got all the latest, all my latest artworks, prints, originals, all that cool stuff. So again, if you guys sign up, there's going to be a pop-up right when you get on there. If you guys want to sign up, subscribe, that puts your name into the entry to be able to win one of these originals. So no purchase necessary. You don't got to pay for shipping, none of that. Just a way for me to give back to you guys. Like I said before, this wouldn't have been possible without you guys. So just a way to give back for my birthday or my return day on the 14th, but it's going to be given away on 15th. Do you use fixative to maintain them? I do sometimes, but most times I don't. For the ones I love the most, I don't. Because the fixative, sometimes it darkens it, so it just doesn't look right. Like I didn't use fixative on this one. I used it on that one. I mean, it's still my favorite one, but it just makes it darker. So yeah. One of these days though, you guys will see this uploaded. Prints and all that stuff will be available to get. Also through subscriptions, you're gonna get discounts and all that cool stuff. I was thinking you shouldn't for the same reason. Yeah, fix it. It doesn't. And sometimes it doesn't even fix it down, you know? Like if you have raised charcoal, it's not gonna fix it. It's not. So, all right, guys. Thank you for everyone who stayed on. I mean, I don't expect you guys to stay on here for 4 hours straight, but anyone that stayed and came back or subscribed for the first time, had some positive comments, and you know, thank you. If you liked the live, thank you. If you shared the live, thank you. We'll see you guys another day. I'm not gonna sit here and say what day I'm gonna come on here again, because like there'll be a lot of things. I get headaches. Last week I had a headache and I couldn't get on here. So I don't want to promise you guys something that I can't hold. And one day you guys may see your favorite person up here. So, yeah.